Hello, everybody. What's up? Greedo, Kenobi, Gilney, Longo, Muxel, Andy K, Psyder, Nimesha, Uncle Butt, Bappin, how you doing? Martin Taylor, Reality Vector, Chibabble, Gilp2, Mylogify. How's everyone doing today? So, huge announcement that has frankly been very difficult to keep quiet about for the longest time. Faceplant 2 and Kilohearts everything 2, SnapHeap 2, Multipass 2. Hey Malani. Hey boss Malani, how are you? Astro Unit, Yaya, Nihilus37, how's everyone doing? So, yes, some of my favorite plugins, Faceplant, Multipass, SnapHeap, have all finally been released as the kind of 2.0 versions, and there are so many features involved. Hey Klaus K, my new moderator, how are you doing? So many features involved that I'm going to struggle to get enough videos out in the next few weeks, like covering all of these features. So I figured I wanted to kind of do a quick stream kind of going over all of the, like the basics of all of the new features. And then over the next few weeks, I'll be posting kind of more in-depth tutorials about each of the kind of really cool things. So the sound that we heard was actually, the usual random sound through Cloud Seed that I like to start my streams off with. But this particular preset is actually pretty interesting. It utilizes one of the new features in Faceplant 2, and that's the Lfo Tables. So basically the idea of this patch is to convert a wavetable into a melody. So essentially it uses a modulation to kind of step through different points in the wavetable, as you can see, and then it sends the output through another one of the new features, and it quantizes the output into specific pitches, which then kind of tunes the sound. So the interesting thing about this particular setup is that you can load any wavetable in there, and it will generally generate some interesting melodies. But the coolest thing about it is because it's a wavetable, you can morph. So you can have melodies that kind of organically shift, still while being quantized to a particular scale. They kind of organically shift between different movements and then kind of back again, and all sorts of, you can get these really weird movements, but that are still kind of melodic, if that makes sense. So, I want to show you guys the kind of power of the sound. Actually, when you initialize it, that's another thing that I forgot to mention. With the factory pack Faceplant 2 update, I believe it's free for those who had previous versions, but they're also doing a massive change of the pricing structure. I believe SnapHeap, things are going to change there. A lot more of the effects... previously, a lot more of the effects which you had to pay for are now going to be free. But now I believe that SnapHeap will be, I think, $29 or something like that. But I think we've got about a month until that actually takes place. So everybody should actually go and download SnapHeap right now. As well as all the free stuff in case, when the pricing structure changes and all that kind of stuff. But that being said, I still think getting the full toolbox, where you have, all of the effects, all of the plugins, multipass, everything is still a good option, just because it's kind of all in one. But that being said, is definitely check out, they're doing a bit of a shift up of some of the pricing structures and that kind of thing. But also, within the factory pack of presets, there are a bunch of presets from your boy. So this is one of them, Wavetable to Melody. So this exact preset will be in the factory pack for anybody who updates. It will be available for free, as well as I think 20 other presets from me. So there's Sidetrance sequenced leads, kicks, basses, drums, pretty much everything that you need to make a Sidetrance track is in the factory pack of Faceplant 2 as well. So I also want to go through a lot of these presets to show you guys the sort of versatility. But in each of them, you'll see this. I kind of also tried to work in some of the new features into each of the presets so that you can still learn. Not only are we using the same sound, but you can kind of deconstruct it and learn a little bit about how the new sort of features in FacePlant are affecting the sound in different ways to before and that kind of thing. Is it better to go on the subscription now or after the change of the prices? I actually don't know. I do know that, however, FacePlant, for those who don't have FacePlant, if you're buying it for the first time, it is on special at the moment. Like considerably cheaper than it usually is. But yeah, just check out on the website. They do explain everything there about how the pricing is changing and stuff. But it's currently as it was before, I think. Yeah, just check the website. Everything will be explained there, I'm sure. But yes, so a bunch of presets in here. In each of them, I try to work in some of the new features. For example, like with this one, we have the Lfo table, which is kind of the basis of the sound. So I actually want to initialize this. Let's jump back to the initialized version, and you'll see I've actually loaded up a wavetable that's a lot simpler than the one that I had loaded. But the cool thing about the system is it's kind of in place. So now you can go ahead and kind of just load any wavetable in there and just create, new melodies the whole time. And then there's also interesting things I've done here because of some of the new features that also exist, obviously, in SnapHeap. SnapHeap now has this whole new modulation system, which is kind of derived from FacePlant. So we have, infinite LFOs, randoms, those kinds of things, audio followers, pitch trackers, all that kind of stuff can now be modulated within SnapHeap and Multipass as well. And because of that, it gives us the ability to create these weird things that maybe we wouldn't have been able to create in the first place, like a retrigger device using only delays. So this is a little bit complex. I'm not going to go through how to create this, but this is actually loaded up in a lot of these presets in the pack have this beat repeat SnapHeap loaded in there, so you can kind of create random glitches if you need, and that kind of thing. Yeah, so you can browse. You can just search by -glitch, or you can click on one of the presets, and it'll show you all of the ones that I've made for the pack. Here, it's going to show some other ones that aren't in the pack because obviously I make my own presets as well. But then also, I have made presets for my Astral Beings content bank and the Gratis 2021 content bank, which they released for free as well. So there's a lot more stuff here than just the 2.0, as you can see. Also like beta stuff, I'll make several of the same melody until I come up with one that I like. As you can see, 11 versions anyway. So this is not all what you guys will see, but you can browse that way, or you could also browse by the tags. So I've tagged all of the presets that I've added with psychedelic, as well as trance or sequence, rhythmic, all that kind of stuff. So they're easy to find in the content pack because there is a lot of stuff there anyway. But okay, enough blabbering. Should we just dive into the features and start having a look? So this is the sound. So keep in mind, I designed it to be simple from the get-go so that you can take it wherever you want to go. You can load in your own wavetables, you can filter it in different ways, and that kind of thing. I've also added quite a bit of playability here in terms of how you can adjust what happens, how much range of octaves the notes have and stuff like that. So this is helpful in examples where, in FM synths, I don't like to have melodies that go outside of the octave range. I like them to just stay root note, maybe a couple of, no further than the fifth above. So when I turn the FM up, I want to turn the note range down so it becomes more of a gated FM sound. But then you can turn this down and then turn that up, and it becomes more of like a melodic kind of lead sound. Does that make sense? So the single patch has so many different uses that we can kind of explore. And then there's obviously a filter as well. And then this mixes in that beat repeat thing, which I was explaining a little bit earlier. Okay, so here's the real like magic of this patch is that you can morph the melody. So what that does is it just changes the position of the wavetable, as you can see. But because of that, now it's generating different pitches in the Vital versus Faceplant. Okay, personally I choose Faceplant any day, but sometimes the sometimes Faceplant can be a bit too open-ended. So often when I want a quick lead, Vital is nice because it's very, it's very quick to get stuff going. But when I'm in a really sound designy mood and I really want to fine tune parameters and that kind of thing, just the ability to pop something open and edit it in a separate window for me wins, because you can really fine tune the bits and pieces. Whereas with Vital, you can't do that. You kind of have to zoom in and all sorts of things, which it's not very user friendly. So the way I like to think about it is that they're very similar synths. They can do a lot of very similar things. But, and especially now with the update, because the one reason why I think Vital had the upper hand originally was the mod remaps. But look here, there's a new system called Remap in the modulation section here, which is exactly a mod remap. So Faceplant now has mod remaps, and for me, this is the most exciting thing. And I try to keep quiet. I was going to announce a little bit later on in the stream, but whatever, it's coming up. So mod remaps in Faceplant, this changed the game because now, this beat repeat system is basically built up around mod remaps. You see, each of these LFOs basically triggers a different delay on and off, and each of the delays are timed to a different 16th. So what it does is it sometimes re-triggers faster and then sometimes slower, but because it's all timed to a 16th, it's kind of always grid-like in the glitches. Faceplant versus Vital for 16th baseline. They've added something which makes it quicker to actually make a Sidetrance bass in Faceplant. That's a new thing. But we'll get there. So this particular patch, like I said, we can morph the melody here, so you can get these movements from one sequence into another and then back to the other sequence, and it's kind of a very organic way of creating these melodies. Yeah, the new orange line's also new, so it shows you everything that's linked to the parameters, which is it's such a good new feature, and it's so small, but it's huge. It's huge. And there's also other things, you can now change the curve here of these modulations to make it exponential, non-linear, which you could potentially do in a remap, but it's kind of like a simpler remap built in here, if that makes sense. So it allows you to do kind of a little bit simpler things. If you don't want to hook up a remap and change the thing, but you still want to just change the linearity of a modulation, you can kind of do that within the right-click menu. Yeah, so many small things that just make the user experience. I think a lot of this update is huge, guys. I'm not even going to get through everything. I'm telling you. But I think the biggest things are the user experience things. is this new thing, the equals modulator. So if you have something that's potentially generally going to be mapped to 100%, like with Remaps, with sidechain macros, that kind of thing, they, instead of having to click twice, or click and then right click and say 100, or click and then move it all the way, it's just a single click now. So it's all these little user experience things which make the sound design process much quicker. But then there's also all the features on top. It's like really crazy. It's I think one of the biggest VST updates that I've seen in my lifetime, to be honest with you guys. Oh, I see there. Patrick Chuzo is asking, what is the source wavetable? How exactly does it generate? So the source wavetable can be anything. And because it's been quantized by a remap over here, which quantizes it to a Phrygian scale, it technically doesn't matter what you feed in there. It's always going to come out generating notes that are in the Phrygian scale. The rhythm is generated by actually a transgate on the channel. So this also just makes it a bit easier. We can kind of dial in polymetric numbers here to kind of get slightly offer rhythms, but because the melody is now looping, we'll get a more polymetric pattern. I don't know if that makes sense. See how we just take a single melody and just move it to a different... The notes are still the same, but the movements between the notes are different because it's being fed a different wave shape. I love this concept. It's so cool. It's something that I do often in modular, but just having it like within... Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff as well in the new updates are kind of aimed at more generative stuff, being able to do a lot of modular theory within the software realm, which is very cool. Remember, this patch is in the factory presets. So if you have downloaded the update, which is available now for everyone, literally just load it up, play around with it, load your own wavetables in there, load some data side tables in there. Should we do that? Do I have the data side tables here? Should we see how some side tables sound in here? Yeah, load it up and see how it goes. There's such cool potential. And like I said, I designed it to be a basic patch so that we can take it anywhere. One of the cool things about Faceplant, like I see somebody saying there, is I find it to be an effects unit with a synth, is now we can just add all sorts of effects on top of it to change, for example, the filter. If you don't like what I've done with this filter movement, we can just add our own one. Okay, there's not much movement in this wavetable, I think. Neither of this one. Yeah, lots of movement there. So if you don't like this, for example, we can just take this filter away and add our own one here. Stevo, yes, as a subscriber, you will get the update. You should be able to get it right now if you want. And you will have this preset as well. There's also little Easter eggs that I put in the patches that are hidden inside, like snap heaps, which are minimized. Like, for example, here. No, it's not this one. This one here. There's a bunch of extra effects parameters built in here, like smear, which is kind of like a shimmer reverb. I actually like this. It's kind of got a nice rhythm to it, even though it's kind of simple. It's kind of, I can already feel a beat. I can already assume a beat in the background of it, which is always a good sign. It's always a sign that means something is rhythmically kind of solid. If you can start imagining a beat in the background. The MIDI is a long F sharp. Okay, so like I said, a bunch of new factory presets from your boy. Here's some Sidetrance kicks that I've made. Let's see which one is going to fit this context. I think one is like more of a goer, punchy, thumpy kick, and the other one is more of like a full-on kind of kick. I've also made some bass lines here. Let's just go into Midi and drop some notes. So the kicks are tuned. So you can like tune the kick to whatever frequency or note that you want it to be in. Okay, so this brings me to the next thing that I want to talk about, the next massive feature. The Curve Modulator. My dudes, this thing is unbelievably Cool. So what it is basically like an advanced envelope, but instead of like envelopes, for example, are limited to not being able to be synced to time and certain things that, we might be limited to, for example, with envelopes. The curves kind of like answers all of those limitations, but also it's kind of more envelopey than an LFO, because here we could load it as, as an output module. So as you see here, like in the new Phase Plant 2.0, they have two different types of output modules now. You've got envelope, which was the traditional one, which didn't allow you to tempo sync it and all sorts of things like that, or to draw in these very scientific curves. But now you have the curve output as well, which is like the envelope module with the LFO module, both on steroids. So it's got features that neither of them actually had. One is it's kind of like an LFO in the fact that you can open up the thing and zoom in and like really like, there's no other plugin which allows such fine control over curves. I don't think a plugin like that exists, except for, what was that other one? Scilab. But just in terms of the user experience and the UI, this is just so much more usable, in my opinion. Just being able to zoom in, edit your curves like this, like not even Kick 2 gives you this much control. And then also here at the bottom, you'll see it's 0/8, 1/8. So you can change the time factor and be able to see exactly at what point of your tempo synced grid, each of those points in your curve is being snapped to. So this is by far like the tool for Sidetrance kicks. It is the thing, in my opinion, is Phase Plant 2. Because of that. And now it gives you the ability to create all sorts of macros to be able to fine tune your kicks on top of that. So like, yes, Kick 2 is cool, but I always find like you make a sound and it's very specific to that key. And then you want to change the key and fine tune things a little bit, and then the thing just kind of like goes way out. You know what I mean? Is there any way to filter out V2 presets? That's actually a good. I don't think so, actually, to be honest with you. But I know that if you don't have my previous content bank, Astral Beings, and you don't have that other free pack that they released, when was it? 2021. Then if you just search psychedelic, then I think all of those sounds, if you haven't tagged any of your own presets as psychedelic, all of those sounds that come up will be my presets from 2.0. But I'm not sure who else actually submitted, to be honest with you. I think those might be new. I don't remember SH1 in the original one. But I know a lot of the factory content is actually in the curves. So like they've got now, actual curves which you can load up. Obviously I've created my own curves for the kicks. But the cool thing about this is now the curves, you're not limited to doing it with the just the envelope outputs. You've got curve modulators here in the actual thing as well. So this basically changes. So I've got a thing here that changes the time of this curve. So what this does is it basically increases the amount of attack on the sound by turning this down. And all that's doing is it's changing the speed of this curve. You see? So you can do all sorts of like really fine-tuned things by just like stacking up curves and doing all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, it's such a cool new feature. Anyway.
Thank you.
think I may have overcooked the tail of that kick while I was playing around with those macros, but it's fine. I'm just going to load it into a sampler because I mean that's what I do anyway all the time, just to get like more of a exact kick happening every time. Create sampler track. So there's also some bass presets in here that are in the factory pack. Full On is one of them. That's the one. And so there is pre-baked sidechain in this one. So using an LFO, similarly to how I map up LFO tool on a gain thing like this, I've kind of created a sidechain that's pre-baked into the patch, and that's already synced to the 1/4 and everything. You can turn this off using this parameter here. So that basically changes the mix on this channel. So now there's no sidechain being applied, and as you turn that up, it kind of puts more sidechain onto it. So here's another exceptionally cool thing about the curves. Because we can use it as a like baked in envelope output, you know, previously in Serum or in Vital, to get a really clean Sidetrance bass, you had to use the actual envelopes, but then you had to use an actual LFO as well, and then set that to control the volume so that it snaps to the 1/16 and it cuts off every time. But because we can do that with the curve output, there's no need to have the two things doing one thing. Do you know what I mean? It's just one thing doing all of it. So now, no matter what we change the tempo to, the end of this bass is always going to hit 0 at the end of the 1/16, which is what we need. So how it works is this is actually automatically being stepped because the phase is on 0 and the speed is on 0 and I'm modulating the phase with a stepped LFO. It's always going to kind of be snapped to the grid, if that makes sense. So this is another huge feature, is the groups. So now we can group modulators together. See, this whole like complex system of remaps and LFOs is now in one little thing. You don't even notice that as the user. Check out those re-triggers add those little crystally glitches at that clinkly things at the top here. I think for me that was one thing that was missing in Phase Plant and the whole kind of Kilohearts ecosystem is a re-triggery glitchy thing. But now because of the remaps and the whole new modulation system, you can kind of just make that with delays. Oh, I love it. Oh yes, remember guys, all of these presets, all of the sounds that you're hearing are all available in the factory presets of Phase Plant 2. So if you already own Phase Plant 1, it will be free. Otherwise, they're doing massive discounts at the moment on the new stuff, and some of the pricing structure has changed a lot. More of the effects, I think, are now free. I think, and all sorts of things like that. Anyway. This is another huge thing. very unsung hero of the new update is the new automation system. So you can assign to automation slot, and you've got 64 slots open. So what this means is now we've opened up previously snap heap, multipass, all those kinds of things. To automate stuff, you had to assign it to a macro and then automate it. So a lot of the time when I was sound designing stuff, I'd leave some of the macros open so that I could assign stuff for automation later. But they've kind of added the system on top in the background. So if all of the macros are full, we can still assign something to automation by just right-clicking it and assigning it to one of the slots. Or we could say clear slot and assign something else to that slot. And then all we need to do is just read-write automation and just turn it while it's playing. Check this cool preset that I also made that's in this pack called Sequenced Sidetrance Percussion. I don't remember what the Percussion Groove. Yes, that's what it's called. What it is it's your entire main sequence of percussion that you need for your Sidetrance track. Everything already done for you. I basically made presets here. Yeah, the glitch thing is built in, that like retrigger effect that I've spoken about already. The transition effect, I haven't actually spoken about that, but it's also in there. And then each of the channels can be mixed in or out, and then there's also like a decay for the amount of tail that you want on the open hat. So for example, if we want to take out the snares here and add our own snares, or if you want to take out the open hats and add our own open hats, you can do that. But this is just really cool because it's like an entire... I like to call these things placeholders because it gets the ideas going quickly. Then you can always come back and fine tune it later. But like, I mean, honestly, guys, with this type of thing, how often do we really end up changing the placeholders on percussion loops and stuff? I mean, it's the smallest element in your Sidetrance track. Yeah, it needs to sound good and it needs to sound full and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like often we overthink a lot of these things in this particular part of the track, and they don't really change the kind of overall musicality of the track, if that makes sense. I think the main things are like the harmonic and melodic elements and the kick and bass. You know what I mean? Percussion rhythms, yes, maybe like an organic percussion here and there, like a tableau or bongo. But I think having placeholders like this already in place where you can just tweak it, fine tune it a little bit. You can also go into each of the LFOs to create your own rhythms and that kind of thing. And all sorts of stuff built in here. So you can fine tune it to your needs. But yeah, most of the time it's just bang, done, go, next. Maybe like, okay, we want like a different snare tone. Then you just mix out the snare and then you add your own snare on top. Do you know what I mean? These are actually all just based on noise. I believe there is no tonal elements happening here. It's all just noise. So it doesn't matter. Whatever pitch you throw in there, it's always going to sound the same coming out, I believe. What about snares? Are you telling me that I've been wasting time until... Yeah, you could have just downloaded this from... It's in the factory pack. Just grab this and go. Like, to be honest, I mean, it's not the best sounding snare in the world, but it does the job and it fills the space. And it's like, okay, cool. Move on to the more important things, like creating the sound design and the leads and that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So here's the deal. What we're going to do is we're going to automate the snare mix and the open hat mix. Maybe the mod wheel for like fills and stuff. And we're going to lay out the full rhythms with just this. Maybe like some other organic stuff on top from like the World Suite or something like that. But let's see how much we can get done with just a single preset. I think I'm trying to like outline the things you can do with some of these new features. It's really out of this world. I mean, like, the way that Vital changed things with the remap thing, so many of these features, like within the modular system, built on that kind of remap idea. It's just, you know, you can take those ideas so much further with it. Like here, for example, I think this remap basically turns this modulation. So this is, I think, controlling filter, but then this only allows that very peak through. You see, because it's only allowing that very peak through, that creates a trigger. So you can use one modulation to, because of the remap, you can use it to modulate a filter with a sleek curve, but then you can also remap it to only trigger at the highest most extent. I believe that's how I made the hi-hat sound. So you can change just the LFO and it changes the kind of curve of the decays filter as well as when it actually triggers. You know what I mean? Oh, it's already sounding so sick. There's like very minimal processing happening here. Just 3 instances of phase plant, all sounds that are in the factory pack, and then also the kick sample, which we generated from a sound that's in the factory pack. Like, yo, guys, it's never been easier, I think. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back in a minute or two. I'm going to let this loop for you guys. Hey Mog, so generally I write my patches so that like as close to C as possible, it'll sound good. This is not the bass. But in the patch, it's actually tuned down -24. So that would be like C0 to C1 range, I think. But the easiest way to see is to look at a spectrum. So the fundamental is like around 40 to 50 hertz. That's generally where you want it to be, around that kind of area. This sort of range, depending on what key you're in. What the effects does at this part, but I just want to have like a stab of it, and then, you know what I mean. Yeah, sorry, DJ Normal Norman. Sorry about that. Yeah, like there was obviously, I don't know if you can see that, but there was just like spammers that appeared as you asked the question. So you please fire away. You may ask a question. I think my mods were just very eager to get rid of the spammers. Thanks, Klaus. But I do apologize on behalf of Klaus. I think it was just bad timing. Nassense in Faceplant 2, yes, it's an update for the current. It's not a standalone synth. If you own Faceplant 1 already, then it's a free update, I believe. It's not a separate synth. It'll update your current version. That's a good question. No, to be honest with you, I don't. And I think it's a very common misconception with production of electronic music specifically, because we watch a lot of tutorials online where people say, oh, compress the bass, compress the bass, compress the bass. But we don't take into account that a lot of those tutorials are for traditional music, you know, bass guitar and drum kit, where you might need to compress because of the way that fingers don't always play the note at the same volumes. But in electronic music, I generally feel like compression, especially in the context of a sub bass, it can damage it more, especially with a slow attack, because a slow attack means a slower reaction time, and compressor reduces the peak of a sound. And in that time that it takes to react, a peak of the subtone is still going to punch through. And that peak is going to affect your overall loudness. So instead of, it depends on the genre of music you're making as well. If you want more bass heavy stuff, like what genre of music are you making? Are you making like Sidetrance? Are you making dubsteppy bass music? Because that would affect also how I would process the subs. If I were making bassy stuff, then a saturation or a clipper, soft clipper, in my opinion, is the best way to process the low end, because it evens out all of the peaks of a sound, but you don't have the reaction time to deal with. So it's not adding extra transient, which isn't actually there in the first place. Melodic techno house. So I would say instead of a soft clipper, go with a hard clipper, because the result is often less apparent. My theory, when you want a cleaner low end, I presume you want a cleaner low end if you're making melodic techno house. You're not going for the harder side of things. I mean, it's a stylistic, of course. But for a cleaner low end, I find using a hard clipper, because when it's too much, you can very audibly hear, okay, it's distorting, and then I reduce it a bit in the mix before the clipper. Does that make sense? I've actually got a video on this, and then also another producer called Baphometrics. There's a whole series on a thing called Clip to Zero, which deals with a lot of this kind of stuff as well. So check my channel out for a video called Clip to Zero, and also check the description of that video for a link to another playlist if you really want to dive into like the nitty-gritty fine details of it. Then the playlist by another producer on YouTube called Baphometrics is exceptional, because you learn a lot of the theory behind why these things might be necessary, or why they might not be necessary, but then it allows you to choose. So you can, for example, have the contrast. Maybe you want one drop that has just a dirty bass pluck, bump, and then the rest of the stuff to be clean, because then that pluck is going to really stand out. And then being able to use, for example, saturation, just that pluck, and then no saturation, but just dynamic control, and the rest of the stuff, it gives you more knowledge to be able to build a better sound, I guess, at the end. But at the end of the day, my theory is no processing on the low end is actually better. So this kick has almost no processing on it. The bass, I've just got a hard clipper on it, which is doing essentially like what I was explaining, so that when I hear it's too much, I can reduce it before the clip. I want to show you guys a really cool, another sequence that I've made for this, for the factory bank. This really cool one. What is it? What did I call it again? It's actually under the effects, because it's like a squelchy thing. Gate Squelcher. So this is a really cool idea that I came up with using audio followers. So what this does is it basically uses did I edit something in the patch now by mistake? It looks different. it uses an audio follower on lane 2. So it basically takes the input after this trans gate, and then it turns that into like curve modulation, which then gets applied to the pitch of the sound. So what this does is it allows you to create a squelch. It basically converts this trans gate data into the pitch squelch. So this is interesting because that means this one trans gate controls our gate pattern as well as the actual pitch modulation. So we can modulate, like change these decay, sustain, and release, and change the pattern here to create like different squelch rhythms to go alongside our track. And again, this one is a sequence, so it only requires like one long note at the root note. So let's just put this there. I'm going to solo it for now, just so you guys can hear exactly what it's doing. Is that not like the easiest way to sequence these squelchy things? Is just punching in these and everything is sorted for you. I love the fact that like all these little remap things, all of these little new features allow you to create systems like this, which are so modular that you just create a patch that you can kind of design to be exactly what you want. Then you just plug in little bits of data that punch music out for you. Okay, let me show you some of the other effects that I've made for the factory pack. I've made some risers and some other things. That gets a nice vocally texture when you play with that loop length. And while the doink is on. And I mean, really, like, it is quite a simple patch, if you think about it. It's literally just like a sample, the filter, curve, and some of the new modulation systems, and it's all in like the effects and the way that the effects are being modulated. That last thing, how it glitches and then repeats because of that thing that I explained earlier. It kind of creates a nice rhythm, like you said, a nice drop effect. I think that could be cool. Have this like a build up, and then it kind of like down lifts to that thing, and then that last bit repeats a few times, and then the kick and bass comes in. I think I'm hearing something there that could be usable. So I want to render this out as it is now, and then I want still the original preset as it was without all the funky tweaking. So I just want to initialize it by going up and down one, because I kind of like it as is, as like a just traditional downlifter sound. Oh, Klaus, are you asking, Follow the White Rabbit, are you asking if it's from Rush Hour? No, dude, it's from the Matrix. The original Matrix 1. Follow the White Rabbit. So I've also made 2 risers for the factory pack. So the interesting thing about these is that it's got this manual control. And what this allows you to do is, hey, my MIDI controller is not working. That's so weird. Try something real quick. Maybe it's just a little technical hitch. There we go. So if you hold the note, it goes for 4 bars, right? But then if you use this manual control, as soon as you turn it up, it kind of bypasses the modulation and then it allows you to actually do the rise yourself. So if you don't want to have it pre-programmed to a specific set of things. Yes, true. It is actually originally from Alice in Wonderland. True. You can do it manually using this control, and then it bypasses this. So now it's no longer going to rise while we're tweaking this. Does that make sense? And the reason why I think this is cool, because it allows us to use it in various contexts, not just a riser. You could use it as like a riser to a downlifter, do you know what I mean? Or as just like a background squelchy effect by just, tweaking this, and it changes the LFO shapes as well. It kind of also sounds a bit like an FM type of sound as well in some cases. So I mean, like here, I think we only really need 4 bars. We don't really need much longer than that anyway. So I'm just going to use the manual one and then render it like this. We can layer it in. Like I said, there's 2. One is, I think actually uses that same sample as the other preset that Follow the White Rabbit, because it does a similar thing but backwards. But then there's also a little bit more playability. Like it's got this manual control as well. It creates this like cool, almost rhythmic kind of sound that rises. That's the sound. Yeah. I just like usually while I'm making the sound, it's a bit higher than it actually is in the mix, so I can kind of focus in on it a bit. Then I render it and mix it. You know what I mean? Hey, Black Marvin, how are you doing, dude? How are you? Okay, so just a few more presets that I want to go through, and then I want to go through some of the really cool ideas about, you know, obviously not just showing you how to use the presets that are in the factory pack, but like how we can use the new features to create our own ideas and stuff. I think the most important thing, you guys have seen how I do my kick and bass transition things in Snap Heap, where I have the one thing to do the mix and the other thing to do the filter. Well, now with Remaps, we can have one thing to kind of do it all, which just makes the whole thing so much easier. But it's not just that. We can do so many wild things with just a single knob. But we're going to get into some of that a little bit later on. You know, with Snap Heap and Multipass and some of the new features that are in there. But yeah, I think for now this is a little bit loud, so let's just render it as is, and then we can mix it down, same as the other previous one. There was some other stuff I kind of want to like string together here, because we kind of have random ideas, massive gap, kind of breakdown sound, and then a drop, you know. So have you guys seen my other video on Vital about how to make the most of your macros? So there's a thing there about the super filter, how it's, or actually the super duper filter, because it's got a sequence. So I've done a similar thing with this. When the filter is at 0%, it kind of automatically gets modulated for us. So we can kind of slowly go down like with a soaring lead, and then when it hits the bottom, it's going to kind of turn into a sample and hold type of modulation. Take a quick break. I will see you guys in a minute or two. The wavetable to melody. Yeah, I'm glad you like that. Hey, it's so cool. You just throw in any wavetables and it kind of generally can generate some pretty good ideas. But there's also, if you check the there's some other, you don't necessarily have to use the Phrygian scale. There's some other quantization options that are built into the factory thing as well with other scales and stuff. So you can get some pretty interesting stuff out of it by just tweaking the knobs. Kind of like, reminds me of creating melodies in the modular realm where you have these kind of moving wave shapes of all sorts, like morphing wave shapes of all sorts of types, being fed into a quantizer, and then that just generates melodies. That's actually a brilliant idea, Black Marvin, and you could potentially note track the wavetable with the note modulator. We can... at the moment, I'm going through some of the presets and stuff in the pack, but what I want to do is I want to write down some ideas for stuff that we can look into, because we've still got some time, of some of the features. I'm actually going to write this on my... Potentially note track the Lfo table get some good results. Anyway, this is FM with bandpass filter. You know, the usual Sidetrance lead. Nice bubbly stuff. There's one more lead in here, which I want to show you guys. Is it in sequence? In plucks? Maybe that one's not there, but then there's this other one, which I also like, Cheeky Squeak. It's also great for just those like stabby sounds, you know? I actually like it at the higher register. Dr. Elephant Tube, unfortunately, I can't answer that in one single kind of precise answer. I've kind of been talking about them for the past 2 hours. There's so many features, like so many. I think for me, the biggest stuff is the user interface and user experience stuff that's changed. Stuff is a lot quicker in terms of how to route things and stuff, but there's also so many features. Curve outputs, curve modulators, which I haven't even scratched the surface of. You can modulate certain points within the curves, which is pretty crazy as well. Lfo tables, remaps, quantize, pitch follower, audio followers for inputs, all sorts of crazy things. Nimesha Maduranga, funny you asked that question. In fact, every single sound that you hear in this track was generated from presets that come with the new V2 update. And those presets were made by your boy. Lots of presets. Specifically, some new ones from me. So all the sounds that you hear today are actually from that we've been making from some of the presets that I've supplied for the new factory pack. Hey, Bo, thanks so much, man. Man, Black Marvin, I think it's beautiful. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think so many synths. I think even the fact that the factory pack stuff has really good, like, even like hard dubstep and techno, and like it's got good sound design stuff. You know, so many plugins, the factory packs are so poor. You know what I mean? Like, so poor that like they got one or two like okay sounds. But like, I feel like with modern music, so much of it is like has changed in like the way that old synthesizers work and stuff. But a lot of the like factory pack stuff that you get in most synths is like, I'm not saying it's bad because it's still usable, but it's like for stuff like more modern bass sounds, you often have to craft that stuff yourself and really know everything about how it works, and you know, spend months learning the technical stuff before you can actually make a bass that sounds good, because of the fact that so many plugins supply, you know, poor presets for it. And I think the fact that they include not only Sidetrance, but so many other genres and usable presets from those genres, I think is beautiful. I think it's amazing. Even the dubstep bass sounds and stuff in here are like, they're all very usable stuff. But 9 out of 10 other VST plugins that you get, the factory stuff is pretty poor. Obviously, discounting stuff like Rift and Infiltrator, which I think they shine on the factory presets, but like those are effects, so it's a bit different. I think with synths, yeah, I like that they're doing things a little bit more modern. They're thinking out the box, and it's not just analog emulations of stuff that we've seen that's been made 100 times. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's be real. It's not just the same bloody compressor done 100 times over, but yet they all sound different. It's very clinical, very well thought out. Everything is about the UI, user experience, everything. And let's be in awe of the new Snap Heap 2, my dudes. This thing takes it to a whole other level. Not because of just the fact that, yeah, we've got more lanes. That's, I think, a small thing. Because you could always stack, you know, one with two snap heaps inside one big one. Do you know what I mean? Well, I think a lot of the time it's the presets are designed too much to show the potential and not enough to actually be used in music, you know. So I guess it's a way out, a way up. Do you know what I mean? So not only because we have more effects, because here, you know, we could have just more effects lanes, because we could have just had a snap heap and then with 2 snap heaps inside it. Before, was it 5? I think it was 4. It was 4 lanes before. Now we have 7 lanes. But the big thing here is not the extra lanes. Hey, Collective Intelligence. How are you doing, dude? We have... Check the name of this track, Andrew. Anyway. Little inside joke there. We have the entire modulation system from Phaseplant now inside Snap Heap. So what does this mean? This means we have remaps. We have remaps inside of Snap Heap. This, oh God, this changes the game. I can't even... Do you remember all the times I've made so many videos preaching about how awesome the mod remaps are in Vital? And saying, imagine if there was some kind of effects plugin that had a full mod remap system. Well, yeah, we have it now. And if you didn't have Snap Heap before, you should just go grab it now, while it's free. Phaseplant as well is on a massive special. So there's so many interesting things that we can do because of this remaps thing. You know, we can, like I explained earlier, I created like a glitch plugin using different delays. We could create super or super duper filters. You remember my most recent Vital video about the 5 tips for macros? We can do all of those tips now inside Snap Heap or inside Multipass. So guys, it's the possibilities are endless. Sometimes I feel like it's now too much possibilities. Maybe give me some ideas in the chat. Like, how would you want to see all these crazy modulation things? Like, the fact that we have audio and pitch trackers and a sidechain input means that we could like have a voice input that controls like a filter. You know what I mean? Like the modulation of a filter being controlled by another plugin using the Cubase's built-in sidechain system. So it's like, it's a whole nother level of awesome. Anyway, I need to run to the bathroom again real quick. So let me loop this for you guys, and I'll be back in less than 2 minutes this time. also just had to check my load shedding schedule there again. So like, I don't know how many of you guys were in my last stream when I just disappeared like that. Here in South Africa, we have this thing called load shedding because our electricity supplier can't keep up with the demand. They kind of have to every now and then schedule blackouts. So like they've announced, okay, load shedding is on, so I had to check. I think I'm only on at 6, and so I still got a few hours to go. But for those who are wondering why I just disappeared the other day, the power cut out. And like sometimes it'll be like, I checked the schedule and they said, no, there's no load shedding tonight. But then they just announced it, and I happened to be on that schedule when they announced it. It was like, I didn't even realize it was coming. Just boom, out. Sometimes it gets you. Yes, Multipass also has the new modulation system, just like SnapHeap as well. It's got the same amount of lanes and all that stuff, if I remember correctly. I don't believe they've added any new lanes into Multipass. Yeah, still the same amount of lanes. Everything is still the same up top here, except now we have macros and we have the new modulation system as well. From the melody generating patch, is it possible to record the Midi from that melody generating from the wave table? I should also get a UPS, bro. Like, I should also totally get a UPS. But it's one of those things, like, they announce it, like, okay, now load shedding is on, and I'm like, okay, I should get a UPS. I start doing some research, and then they're like, okay, no, sweet, load shedding is suspended now. Everything is okay. And it's like, okay, I'm good. I'm good for now. And then, boom, they announce it again. I'm like, oh fuck, I should get a UPS. So it's one of those things that's like, you know what I mean? I'm constantly thinking about, but never at the brink of actually purchasing it. You learn to work around these things. So what were we gonna do? Oh yes. So that's is it possible to record the MIDI from the melody generating patch? Yes and no. You can record the audio out and then use a system to turn that audio back into MIDI, like you can do with Cubase Vari audio. So we could potentially. That's also another reason why I left the synth quite raw sounding, so that you can do that. So you can render it out and just take the MIDI kind of from it. You know what I mean? So let's actually go back to that patch real quick before I jump into the other stuff. There's the sequence, wavetable to melody. Remember, this one is in the factory bank for anyone who does update. You can use this exact preset as I'm using it. Let's drop one long MIDI onto this channel. So what we want to do is like disable all the effects and stuff, so we just have raw notes coming through. There was the nice one I like, some of these spectral ones. This harmonic blend creates some cool melodies. Oh, that's nice. So we just need to render it out. I'm sure you're in Logic. I'm sure Logic has some way of turning audio into MIDI. It's a very simple process on the DSP side of things, I believe. If you want, you could potentially run that thing back into Phase Plant and use the pitch follower that they've added. But just to make things quick and simple, what I'll do is I'll just open this up in Vari Audio over here. So edit Vari Audio. You see it generates the pitch for us. Just to make things exact. I'm going to correct it like this. And then we can say choose function, extract MIDI. And then we get this little pop-up, notes and static pitch bend data. If you go continuous pitch bend data, or static and no is the same, but if you press continuous, sometimes it gets these like weird warbles and stuff which you don't want. You want the static data. So now it's actually given us the MIDI. You can see the pitch bends are all static. Sometimes you have to go in and actually quantize it. It's a little bit off. Let me plug in phase plant again, or put in, this is a MIDI channel, so I'll actually have to add a new one. And then we could like load one of the other patches here. Like one of the lead patches. So we generated the melody using which one was cool? Cheeky Squeak would be quite cool, I think, with this kind of sound. It does sound like it's not the right key. Maybe, oh, it's probably an octave. Yeah, that's right. that lead is so nice. And I like the fact that like it's now, because we've randomly generated it, it does things that I wouldn't usually do when I'm writing leads. So for example, it's in F Phrygian, yes, but it's very rarely actually, F sharp Phrygian, but it very rarely actually uses the F sharp. You know, mostly when you're writing leads, you kind of put everything on the root note. But now it's got this kind of thing where it starts and it does all these notes that aren't on the root note. And that kind of gives it it adds kind of more color into the sound, you know? I don't want to use this throughout the whole track. It's kind of a bit too complex in terms of the melodic sense. But I think to add tension in certain parts, this is the perfect thing, because it kind of like expands the color and then it kind of comes back to mostly fundamental groove-based elements. Do you know what I mean? Okay, let's go back to Snap Heap, and I want to show you guys. So previously, what I used to do is, say for example, I want to create like a filter out kind of thing on the kick and bass. What I would have to do is put the actual filter and add a macro to the filter, right? But now, when you put the filter on full, it still affects the sound. So when I'm not doing these filter sweeps, what I generally do is like I transition the mix as well using a macro. So then it's a movement of two things to control one thing. Does that make sense? So now using remaps and a little bit of tricky thinking, we can do that entire process with a single macro sweep. I hope you guys are following. So what I want to do is just set this remap onto unipolar mode, and then let's duplicate it. Here, what I want to do is set a pattern that's like this. So as soon as the value like goes to like 1% or whatever, it spits out 100% value. And then here, let's set this to modulate the mix. So now if we go to the macro, this is another cool function, this new equals modulator. So now we just click once and it automatically assigns everything. We no longer have to click twice, how it was before. And so as you can see, like while we turn this up, you see how quickly that mix, by the time we've reached 5% on the macro, the mix is already 100%. And now what we want to do is we want this macro to now control this filter cutoff. We actually might not even need the second remap. It might be handy to get more of an accurate filter sweep, is to map it to like a different curve, but this should be fine for now. So as we turn this up, it mixes in the filter and then allows us to do a transition. Are you guys following that? So we can expand this idea further and have, for example, like a slight gain reduction as we're turning the macro up, so that it doesn't, so that when it kind of hits back in again, it sounds like we get that full kind of full drop sound. Do you know what I mean? I like to put the gain on percentage. I don't know why. Let's just modulate this like this, and then here we can actually put in a kind of exponential sweep. So with these things, these like filter things, I actually do want a remap here, because I want to remap the resonance up as well, so that while we sweep this, just set this here, the resonance is going to sweep up to like here. So it kind of like gets more chunky as we sweep the filter down. So here's another little trick on top. So, okay, yeah, I like to put a filter like this just to cut the like extreme lows from when we're doing these kind of transition things. Okay, that's good. But then here, what I like to do is let's use Remaps to like after this kind of 70% mark to just go haywire and do all sorts of ridiculous effects here. And because it only mixes in at that 0%, it doesn't matter what effects you use, like phase-wise, whatever. Just destroy that shit. Because you can just play with it using this. And then back to 0%, everything is bypassed. So let's use another remap. Set the macro to the remap. It automatically sets, if you have a unipolar input that you assign to the remap, it automatically makes it unipolar, by the way, which is pretty cool. And then let's say go down on the frequency shifter, or actually up, because we're going down with the filter, make the frequency go up again, then we'll get a nice pingy sound out of the low frequency. Maybe we can use a bit crush as well. It's quite a cool combo. But anyway, here, we only want it to start at the kind of 70% mark, which is around here, I think. So now it's going to do nothing to the frequency shifter, and it's only going to start adjusting it. Yeah, do you see? You guys maybe want to know how this beat repeat was actually made, now that I think about it. So let me just solo this channel, and then let me just solo just the kick and bass channel in Cubase, and explain how this beat repeat system actually works. So I basically made Ableton's beat repeat inside Snap Heap, and because you can load Snap Heaps inside Snap Heaps and all sorts of things, it gets pretty complex, like inside here. But the idea is that we have a bunch of different delays that are all timed to different things, and then I just use like a complex LFO to only allow this one through, and then this one through, and then because they're timed offset, you kind of get that like repeating effect. And then the division, this parameter adjusts this, so it basically times all of the delays faster or slower, which results in a retrigger effect. And because you kind of like, you see it's triggered like a VCA, 1, 2, 3, 4, sequence which delay is playing at what time, you can kind of do these really complex things. And it wouldn't have been possible with the previous Snap Heap because we didn't have these LFOs and remaps, and then also this group here. We have these grouping things inside the modulators, so you can get some really complex stuff there by just doing that kind of thing. So anyway, it's this division parameter. Like I said, it just changes the time of the delays. And then this one does it, but with delays that are not synced. I think we could use this one as it's like sweeping up, have it a fast one and then slowly sweep up the fine. made like a filter and a riser in one. Amazing.
Oh, that is chef kiss. Perfect.
I want to make a thing that can take stuff that we have already in the track and turn it into instant ambiences and pads that we could then use to fill up the gaps. So the track obviously has gaps. It has an intro that we need to do, and then like we need some ambiences and stuff for this part. So I want to think about how we can make like a multipass or a snap heap preset using some of the new features to kind of like, you know, turn stuff into ambience, like I said. So actually what I want to do is just render out most of these things to audio so I can chop them, get bits where we need. You know, in fact, let me just use this as a basis. Excuse me. check this really cool trick I figured out. We could use the audio follower, right, to kind of, and then turn the mix of the EQ down so we can target specific nodes and then create our own dynamic EQ with as many nodes as we want, because we could just then duplicate the SliceEQ and offset to the exact like node that we need. And now if we just set this to gain up a bunch, you see how this reacts. These EQ nodes react to the audio input. So we can kind of build our own hacky version of Soothe by stacking this up. Obviously, it's not as it's a lot more CPU intensive than just using Soothe or something like that. But it's interesting if you're creating a sound and the specific frequencies that you want to target on a kind of a volume level. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, Silith's Nightmare. The preset is actually available in the factory pack if you update to Faceplant 2.0. Oh, I'm loving it. Okay, peeps, I think that's where I'm going to call it for today. Got a couple of other things to do before the power might go out. Got to cook some food and that kind of thing. So anyway, that's where I'm going to call it. Thank you to everybody who tuned in. It's been awesome. And again, thank you to Kilohearts team for making such fantastic plugins or updates to such a fantastic ecosystem. I will be releasing some more in-depth videos over the next little while, with each of these features kind of dived in how to make the most of them, how to use them in musical context. But yes, be sure to grab. I mean, if you are considering Phaseplant, Snap Heap, Multipass, and all of the Kilohearts ecosystem, if you've been on the fence about it, now's the time to grab them, because Phaseplant, I think, is the cheapest it's ever been. And there will be another couple of other things that are going to change. So go ahead, grab all of the stuff now, as soon as you can. If you've been on the fence about Phaseplant, now is definitely the time to do it, because obviously such amazing features that knock it out the park. I don't think any other plugin can compare, except if we start looking at like the modular options, stuff like Falcon and that kind of thing. But even still, the interface of Phaseplant just wins. Palace Nightmare feedback. I don't really do track feedbacks like live on stream kind of thing, just because I feel it's not very productive. That being said, I do have a Patreon inner circle group, which is like a private Discord, part of the upper tier of Patreon members. There's like a private Discord which I use for track feedback, and that kind of thing. But it's less of a like, often I find, when you watch those feedback streams, it's just the guy going, oh yeah, cool track, next. Cool track, next. And he's just listening on SoundCloud, and he's not actually analyzing it and breaking it down. And I feel like those aren't very constructive. Like, I like watching them, but from a getting your track better point of view, they're not very constructive, because it's not like, check this frequency, EQ that exact frequency because it's poking out too much in the mix, or turn down your compressor, or all sorts of stuff like that. So definitely consider checking out my Patreon. There's lots of other perks that you get if you're part of the inner circle as well. Like, you get my masterclass for free, as well as like most of the presets and stuff that I've ever made, like little gifts and stuff. But you don't just get it as being part of the inner circle. You kind of have to be there and be active for a little while. But those other people that are here that are maybe in my circle can attest to the fact that it's pretty quick. If you just there, chat to a few people, upload a few tracks of your own, you'll be at like level 5, which is when you start getting the gifts and stuff. You'll be at level 5 within no time. I think somebody joined just the other day, and they're already getting the whole like gift system and stuff. So yeah, definitely check out the Patreon. I think it's much more constructive because it's also like a kind of support group. I don't like using that word because it's got the bad connotations, whatever, but it's like a support group where a lot of like-minded people share ideas about how to make the best of your music. And it's not just like track feedback. There's a lot of stuff in there. Just constructive stuff in general. But yes, it's the best way to get, if you're struggling with your production and you want to get it to this level. I'm not saying that this is all that or whatever, but if you want to get at least from where you are to this, joining my inner circle Patreon is the quickest way and easiest way to do so, and also the most direct way to support me as well. Yeah, you need to have money. Well, I mean, like, it's, I do so much already, so many tutorials and stuff like that. Like, to be honest, if you sat and watched all my videos, you could probably work all the stuff out and that kind of thing. But it's nice just having like a shortcut. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm gonna let this play, loop once or twice for those who are still tuned in that want to hear it. That was me doing the features of the new Kilohearts Faceplant 2. I'll see you guys next time. Cheers.